Good afternoon. Um, the weather has perked up a little bit. It's sunny and stuff outside. It's not as warm as it could be, but it is at least sunny. So, with that in mind, of course, I'm indoors making those. And this is kind of where we left off yesterday. All I've done is taken a stick off and I kind of want it at that angle. You're going to match that a little bit. There you go. So, let's scoot you over a little bit more, because girl needs some space. Let's have a look. We need to twist these. You need to go over there a little bit. And we need to do this. These feel cold, which is a bit weird, given that they're wood and it's not cold particularly. But for some reason these feel cool. Almost like I've been hiding it in the fridge overnight. Kind of cold. They are actually cold. Which is not going to help my hands, but you're all instantly going, I'm cold, I'm cold. Alright. Scoot you up. Find a pin. Put in pin. You up. Not yet. Hello. It is Sunday. The sun is out. I'm indoors, itching. Excuse me, got a really good itch that I need to. That's the spot just there. Oh. Right. My hands are cold though. I explained yesterday I have problematic hands in that they don't like any temperature other than just so. They don't mind the weather being warmer, because at no point have my hands ever moaned about the weather, but they can't hold hot things. They can't hold cold things. They don't like the weather if it's sub what they want in temperature. And it is just incredibly infuriating. Especially when fanning around with little pins and wooden sticks, you know? It's You know, it's almost, can I wear a pair of gloves, cold, for my hands. The rest of me, fine. My hands, moany. That's fair enough. Um, it's just one of those But the thing is, if it's not something you live with, you have no idea how often this crops up, right? And it's the same with any, let's call them inconvenience. I did, but I left them. Anyway, I left them somewhere. I spun my own wool and made me a pair of fingerless gloves. And they were a thing to behold. But you're right, I probably should knit myself some more. The problem is that, in a way, wearing gloves is not conducive to doing a lot of things, as we all know. And so, to an extent, I don't really want to wear gloves. But can we just make these warmed? I mean, somehow, you know, be like, not so that they're hot to the touch, because, well, that would be bad. But just so that they're warm, you know? You know, it's almost like, should I have got an electric blanket out and put the, you know, tucked all my bobbins in for 20 minutes, you know? That's how cold my hands are. It is surprising. But I need to extend these bobbins because they are too short. This is one of the best things about these roller pillows, is that they don't allow you to work with really short bobbins. Sorry, short length between the pin and the bobbin. Because obviously, you know, once it gets kind of to this level, the pins don't go in right, so you have to keep them on top of the roller. And obviously you want the bobbins, you know, on the flat of the pillow. So I mean, I could use them where they are, but it encourages you to keep a decent length of thread available. And while technically it doesn't make any wretched difference, it does make the twiddling of bobbins a bit easier. And one of the things that has always puzzled me a lot, it's not really made me do anything, but it's puzzled me a lot, was that in a lot of the, let's call them paid for lace making tutorial videos, because they want to show you what's going on, for example, they will do the work and literally the bobbins are almost here, so that they can focus on, like, you know, this little bit, which is great, but at the same time, you know, it's very difficult to work with because you haven't really got the length of thread. Because obviously if I twist these a couple of times, well, yeah, whatever. But if it's this short, well, it makes a lot of difference. And if, you know, it makes it feel like the distance travelled is a lot bigger. So it puts more strain on the thread as well. Not that it hugely matters, again. I was thinking before firing the stream up about how if I make the strips, you know, if the strip joining is successful and I choose to make a net curtain out of strips, what I would do at the bottom, and a little part of me, and it's the timid part of me, kind of went, what about putting beads along the bottom? So if you look at the strip I made first time round, this is, bear in mind, it's basically an identical strip. All I did along the bottom was tie the knots and have little fluffy ends, right? Because it's an experimental strip, right? It is not exactly, you know, the most important thing in the world as to how it ends, for we are testing the joining thereof, not the not the prettiness or anything of the sort. Now, obviously, the top end, shall we call it, will be in like a bias tape to give it strength. So I haven't got any to hand, but you know, it would be a strip of fabric folded over itself to make it really strong, so it will all be hidden. But you don't really want that on the bottom of your net curtain, because it would be, you know, the top is expected to be functional, the bottom is expected to float on the wind, and so I find myself kind of. But I also want enough weight on it, because what you can't really tell is if I hold this by one end and let it dangle, it doesn't dangle straight, it twists, as you can vaguely see. So obviously it would be longer, there would be a bit more weight to it, and it would have some friends, but it is, you know, kind of, don't tangle with the pins, but it is very light and almost too light. Now, net curtain ain't heavy. It's never heavy, because that's not its purpose in life. But at the same time, you do want it to hang. And for it to hang, well, you need a bit of weight. So I was thinking about whether putting some beads along the bottom, almost to hide the knots, if you know what I mean, kind of deal, would be an answer. Now, obviously, they're, you know, I'm not talking big beads here. I am talking, you know, tiny little beads. But I am curious as to whether that is a solution or a option. And this is the problem of having my brain, is that my brain's too busy having ideas to actually real-time test them. Because, what? Well, beads could be nice. Now, I say that because, of course, the wrong beads would be ugly, horrible, and spoil it. But, of course, a lot of that is down to personal taste. Now, not being a lace girl in the first place, lace is somewhat fringe for me at the best of times. And so, adding beads to it, something else that I'm not exactly known for, maybe that's a stage too far. Now, I do have beads. Hang on. I have a precarious box of bits. See, look. Precarious box bits. It's got things on top of it and the like. So let's extract some of this. Oops. Arse. Didn't mean to knock. Hey. Welcome to my madness. I just dropped things on the floor that I didn't want to drop on the floor. Right. So, let me sort myself out a bit. There we go. In my box of madness, she says, as the dogs are outside. I assume they're outside. So I have, not that you can easily see them, but they are tiny little rainbow beads with silver middles. I've got some marginally bigger ones, and I also have some white sequins. No, I know you can't really see what they are. And some clear sequins. Now, not being the lacy girl, and definitely not into sequins, and really not into beads, these are somewhat contentious in my world. But at the same time, I mean, I need to point out here, I have a selection. But they're all kind of cleary stroke, white stroke. They're rainbow tinted, but not, you know, in your face level of things. And so I am contemplating, as you do, how this would turn out. See, that to me, if I was doing it in crochet thread, so much thicker, I might agree with you. Some wooden beads on the bottom of some beigeish crochet thread would work, right? But as I said, for Dave, who I'm making a second strip of this. This is what this strip looks like. Normally, I am making squares. Let me show you what the square looks like. Hang on. Clickety, clickety. We are making these. No, I know I've made 7 of them so far. I need 18. And I got a little bit bored of making them, frankly, because you make them as triangles. And it's kind of, well, a bit samey. So, the idea is that I'm making a net curtain. And the squares will be joined together to form a net curtain. But obviously, they've got, like, straight edges, as kind of you'd expect from a square. And in having straight edges, 2 straight edges joined together, will show quite a lot. Now, I knew this when I started. I was not oblivious to this. It's actually really simple. I am making these strips, and you'll notice if I zoom in. Hang on, zoom in. I want to go this way. These do not have straight edges. These have bubbly edges. The idea is that bubble to bubble, because obviously it's hard to do with just the one. Oh, darling, it is so much more simple than you know. But the idea being that I've got these bubbles, and that if I have bubbles joining to bubbles, I will end up with, hopefully, a mostly invisible join. And we've had this discussion on stream before, is that there is a lady up on YouTube who bores my blood a bit, and she is a historian, great. She has somehow won a grant of many, many thousands of dollars to go on a tour around Europe learning lace. And all of her videos are basically coming over as a bit of rich kid flex, because well, I spent a week with insert name here in insert some random village in the darkest depths of Europe, learning this technique, which is basically she's the only living soul who knows it. Well, that's really nice, but at this rate, she's going to die, and no one else will know it, and it will be lost. So, can we stop flexing that you now have been on a course with her, and share it, please? Can you at least do it on stream so that people have an idea and can not let this technique die, if you don't mind? And why are there only 2 of you? There should be 3. This is not looking good, my friends. Did I screw it up? No, I've already used one. That's all right. I've already used one. That's okay. But it is one of those kind of aspects of it, is that and for Dave, hang on, let me explain what I'm doing. So lace making is made out of 2 moves. Let me scroll down a little bit as much as I can. Hang on, so you can see my bobbins. Right. Generally, in most forms of lace, yeah, it's a bit like I camped and backpacked around Europe, and yeah, basically you stayed in 5-star hotels and you walked a little bit without a taxi does not mean you were backpacking. Yeah, very much. And I'm sure she has learned plenty. But all she's done is made a load of videos flexing that she knows stuff, and she's not even shown that she can use it. So it's not like... And hence it just bores my pee just that little bit, because I'm sorry, but you've not even shown that you've used said technique. You went on a week's course, you've got nothing to show for it. I mean, if I went on a course and came back with, you know, I know, here's a strip I made, right? Exactly. So, you know, we all, this is kind of a collection of people who have learnt that this lady is not someone that we appreciate. I'm not saying she is not capable. I am not saying she can't make clays. But she just bores my pee. So, lace making is made of 2 moves. That's it. You either take the left one over the right one and put it down. This is known as cross. Or you twist, where you take the right one over the left one and put it down. If you are capable of this... Well, this is how it is, right? So, you know, I will happily explain how to make lace to people. I will happily share it. I am no guru. I am no master of arms. However, if people want to learn what I've done, or how I do it, or why I do what I do, because like so many things, you could put more twists on it, you can do this, you can do that. Why am I doing what I'm doing? Because that's what I wanted. Now, if you look here, there's a zigzag. On this channel, we refer to this as, I'm a snake. If you've ever seen that video, you will understand, but I'm a snake. And because it makes a kind of snake-like zigzag. Why? Because I wanted to try it. This is a test strip. I didn't have to do any of this. I could have just done a base mesh, boring from top to bottom. But I chose to tackle... I have a thing, many of these things are called spiders. So there is no single spider of demonstrable worth here, but this bit here in the middle is the nearest. But it's done with multiple threads and not single threads, as normally the spider is. So each of these bits here and all these bits down the side are spiders, but there are so many things you can do with spiders to change them. So these ones alternate from side to side and don't have a layer to hold their legs in place, so that the ones that go from here to here group together and go in a bunch, making the wave shape, right? These ones here, these spiders each only have 4 legs each side, whereas these had 6 legs each side, would have been. But are grouped together to make a cluster with a big one in the middle with the incoming legs. This is a group of what would have been 6-legged spiders in a pile of 4. This produces the spider ground, and as a result, you can see where I saw the wave effect forming, right? Now, this was a more traditional how the spiders should be done. These have been done slightly differently because, well, as I said, there's a billion ways of doing spiders. You can not do the legs so that they come out equally at the bottom. You can make an archway. You can have spiders with eyes, spiders with halos. You could use colour. I mean, there are just lots of options. There's a guy who streams on Twitch called Silver of Dragon, and his aim is to write a book on spiders. That's how much you can do. It's not going to be a little pamphlet thing. It would be a book. Because, of course, they don't have to be symmetrical. They can be asymmetrical. You can do a lot with them. And you can screw them up, of course. Which is something I am very good at. I did notice a screw up on here earlier, actually. Let me find it. I screwed up one of them. It looks a bit wonky. Hang on. You know how it is. You can't see it when you're looking. But I screwed up one of them, and I can kind of see what I did. But at the same time, I don't see what I did. It was here. Turn it over. Here, this lower leg, I seem to have done the thing so kind of like you have threads that kind of form together and make like a this shape, right? And it kind of overlaps to make the body in the middle. I haven't really got small enough things to demonstrate. Well, I suppose I could use some thread. In that they bend together, so they come in and make a bend. Actually, that's not going to work. Let's use these. Let's use my sticks. So they come in and bend like this. But they then overlap to make a... It is very simple, and to be honest, you do not need fancy shit. You do not need a roller pillow. You do not need fancy bobbins. All you need are pins, a rolled up towel, potentially, or a foam cooler lid, which is one of my favourite pillows. Basically something flat. It's under a pile of shit, otherwise I'd show you a flat pillow. And some sewing thread. That is technically all you need. You can use pencils, you can use clothes pegs, crayons. Frankly, as long as it can... All the bobbin actually does is hold the thread that you've wound up against it, so you can have more thread than is kind of on display. It also helps to have a little bit of something so that you literally stroke them like this, and to put a bit of tension on it, to keep the tension in your work so you don't end up with loops, except for where, of course, it winds round a pin and pisses you off. But, you know, all of these are made of crosses and twists. The only knots were where I joined it at the top and where I finished at the bottom. And if you wind your bobbins right, so that you wind a long bit onto one bobbin and then you spool off a load and then wind it onto the other, there's no knots at the top. It's just that these are test strips and I don't care, right? And in the eventual finished object, should this be a successful experiment, this would all be held, or this end, one end would be held, probably this end, to be honest, because I could do something smaller with this end, but you would have some bias tape, and as I said, I've got some, but not easily accessible. Bias tape is, if this was material, and obviously a lot smaller, you fold in the edges to a quarter like this, both sides, right? It's very hard to fold lace that doesn't want to be folded. Fold it in, and you fold that in, and then you fold it in half again, and you put the thing you want in the middle, so it gives it a really nice edge. It's got a really strong vibe to it, because, you know, it's been folded so much. And obviously that will go across the top to give you somewhere to clamp clips to hang my net gun. So I can hide a myriad of sins in that. And I will. Because, well, mistakes are very easy to do. They're also easy to undo if you spot them. The problem is the view you've got, you look down. So you see, back here, you see this square. Do you know what I see? I see this square. So by the time you take the pins out, which is when it really... The pins are masking so much of what I see. I mean, I can see the zigzags because there's a bit of a trough going through it. And I can see general shape because there's thicker bits and thinner bits. But it's only really when you take the pins out that you discover how much you screwed it up. So each bit is, let's call it, unique. That is the word of the day. They become unique. Now, I'm going to do a bit more of this edgy bit over here, because I can. There are lots of videos on YouTube on how to make lace, by the way. So I will not be contributing additional videos, but I'm a snake. Has been added to someone's website who is well known for her collection of, information about lace making, because it was something that people hadn't thought of, and it's like, but I saw it on, and the bit that puzzles me is, I don't know whether it came to me in a dream, as the phrase goes, or whether I did actually see it. But I swear I saw a piece of lace that had that zigzag kind of thing on it. But I couldn't find it when I looked for it, even though I knew the colours, I knew roughly when I saw it. I could not find anywhere on the internet the waves, right? My snake. And so I asked about it, and everyone kind of went, no, I don't know what you mean, don't know what you mean, I don't remember anything like that, no. Well, so I set about doing it, because I'd seen that shape in a smaller area. I just wanted to continue it on. Well, it's not a unique technique. I just think it's that... I mean, I have seen it so that people do like 3. So you make like a V, almost, more of a rounded V, or greater or less than sign. I've seen that in places. And it's kind of like, well, because they're next to each other, you end up with this. Well, all I've done is extend it on to make a strip. Now, if these were bookmarks, it would make quite an interesting decorative side to a bookmark. Because obviously it draws the line downwards. And I think for a net curtain, having some visible lines downwards is not a bad thing. Now, is this going to be my final strip for a net curtain? Hell if I know. If it is, I would probably space these out a lot more. I don't want it to be this busy necessarily. But then I also don't want it to be incredibly boring. So, that's also a problem. And my indecisiveness is a very big problem when it comes to this. And this is part of the reason why I'm doing these experiments. Is I'm not a lace lady, right? I am a tomboy. I have zero need for lace in my life. Now, I like the idea of bookmarks because at least, you read a book, even a, lace making pattern book, you want to remember where it is, you shove in a bookmark to remind you where you got to, right? And that's fair enough. The problem is 90% of the books I read are on a Kindle. You don't need a bookmark for a Kindle. In case you were not aware, that's kind of not a thing. So I don't really need bookmarks. And so, as a result of not needing bookmarks, well, I can make some, but I don't really need them. And then you get to the, well, okay, so what else can I use? Well, I don't have friends. Well, I do have friends, but I don't have friends who visit as a whole. And certainly, and well, more accurately, we're not going to sit down at a dining table to eat. Therefore, we do not need napkin edges, placemats, and the like. I'm not my parents. I do not have a single net curtain currently in this house. Or my old house, for that matter. So, that's a lot of windows with no net curtains on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need another one. And it is just one of those kind of parts that you find yourself going, It's really, really nice, but what can I make lace-wise that I personally would use? And the answer to that is not a lot. Hence, Brain came up with the net curtain, because Brain... Now, Dave, I need to warn you, I sound a lot like a schizophrenic when I do this, but my brain and I are definitely two different people. There is a piece of my brain, now it is kind of the devil and the angel on your shoulder kind of deal, but my brain has some stupid ideas, and sometimes it gets really hell-bent on these stupid ideas. So, a long, long time ago, I taught myself to double knit. Now, double knitting is when both sides of your knitting end up good, because you simultaneously knit two sides of work. It's the same with double weave in weaving, which I also enjoy. And so I was actually wondering if you can do double lace. Anyway, yeah, let's not be thinking too much about trying to make double layers of lace. The answer is yes, you could. By the way, yes, you could. It would be a bit of a shit, because it would be quite hard to tell what's going on. But you could make 2 layers of lace and then, like, put a piece of cloth in the middle to, you know, bring out the lace or whatever. It wouldn't really serve much of a purpose, but you could do it. So, when I learned double knitting, one of the first things I did was I made, you know, like this little test square, which was a red heart on a white background. And it does this, it gets caught in the elastic band. Hang on. I need a pin. Where's my poking device? The reason I got the elastic bands on them is not very traditional. But I suffer from, and Nautica will back me up on this, I have a problem with knots. Knots hate me. Knots that are supposed to be the kind of knot that hold forever evermore, amen, fall apart. And it's not that I do them wrong. I just have this way with knots. And at the end of your bobbin, to hold it on what is known as the rose, which is the, because you're going to be a big knotty bit round here. And this makes no sense whatsoever, because you shouldn't be able to knot, and yet you have. I can make a knot out of nothing, and I can not have knots that hold, and so knots are my nemesis, frankly. But Nautica has helped me a lot. He often appears on this channel. Nautica often appears, and he has helped me a lot with my knots, and I've got some great knots now to join the beginning of the bobbin. So the knots that are at top when I'm joining bobbins together. Just because Nautica is a knot god, right? This is what Nautica does in life. Nautica makes knots, right? So, hello Nautica, how you doing? So, you know, Nautica helped a lot with my knots, but one of the knots that I still struggle with is this half hitch. Now, the half hitch goes around there. Now, it is a half hitch. You know, I know you can't really see it, but I can promise you, I can zoom in on that. Well, I can. It'd be a bit harder for you to do it because of the size of the thread and everything. But the knot that is on the end of this bobbin, and I've just realised how wonky my table is. There we go. Is a half hitch, and it's supposed to hold. But mine don't, right? Mine slip, mine run around. So these little elastic bands are here as sin collars, is how I refer to them. And they started out as I would put the knots on the bobbins, and then when they slipped, if they started slipping, I'd get in a bit of a mood with it, and I'd give it a sin collar as penance for its sins, right? See, something's going on here a little bit. I need to investigate. There's some shenanigans of bobbins going on here. Undo that. You should be there, like, no. You? Let's take you out, because you're confusing matters. So you're there, so yes, it's you next. So, but yes, these sin collars are just to reinforce the not moving of the thread unless I want it to. Oh, somebody's woken the dogs up. I assume it was a squirrel. It's most likely. There's a lot of squirrels around here. But where did that pin go? There it is. Let's put that back. But I so knots and I do not get on, and so when I put all these bobbins together, I automatically put the sin collars on. But as I said, occasionally you come to do the rolling down. So all I should need to do is roll down the elastic band and then let the bobbin out a little bit and put the thing up. Now, this is how the knot should work. So that is fairly tight. And then you put a bit of tension on it in the right place and it can unravel. This is a good thing. The problem is, thread is a wily bugger. And A, it likes to knot when you don't want it to. B, it also likes to be straight when you want it to be curly. And then it likes to be curly when you want it to be straight. It's a bit like women's hair, really. All the women who have curly hair want it to be straight. All the people with straight hair want it to be curly, right? It's just a thing. So, but this is how the sin collars came about. So they are not a traditional part of lace making. But like everything, you know, if it helps, it helps, right? There are no thought police. One thing that is slightly more forgiving in the lace making world is you don't get quite so many people doing the, oh, well, I wouldn't do that with it. And you know, casting aspersions on your children and your ancestors because, I don't know, you did something, right? As a general rule, the lace making community is not that bad. Whereas if you knit or crochet with acrylic, you might as well go and live in, you know, go and live in the leper house, for you will be more tolerated, and even they'll look down on you, kind of thing, right? It is bizarre that so many crafting areas have crafting snobs. Lace making doesn't tend to have so much of that. They will so if you've got real fancy ass bobbins, now I need to, right, here is my thing. I am a bit of a hoarder, in general, but I collect things that I like. So I have thousands of bobbins. Some of them I absolutely hate. And I truly mean I hate them. There is no other word for it. She says, looking around. No, that's one of those. I have one on my desk. There it is. Now, the difference between the bobbin I'm about to show you and the bobbins that I'm using is not a lot. There is the bobbin I'm using. Here is the bobbin that I'm not. Now, it's smaller. Yeah, whatevs. The problem is not the size. The problem is this. The beads of spangling, as it's called, at the bottom. This spangle is a wire thing. And if I pick it up, you can see that it drops. Well, then when you're working, the spangle can get underneath your bobbin and lift it up, and because sometimes they don't drop quite so well, or they drop but then don't want to go back in the hole, because especially if it's wooden bobbin, sometimes the hole is not particularly smooth, so it doesn't move quite so well. And now, the purpose of the spangle is arguably a useful one, for it stops the bobbin rolling, because if I do this bobbin doesn't really want to move side to side. If I do this bobbin will happily skate round the place. So these roll, which can be infuriating. But not half as much as if you see me doing some of my cloth stitch, you're rolling the bobbins over the top of each other. So you do this like with the twist. You can't do that with the spangles because they just catch on each other. And they can bunk off. I hate spangles. And so I've got quite a few spangled ones. And I hate each and every one. I've got a number of bobbins where this bit where the thread is stored is tapered. Now, on face value, that's not a bad thing. But what happens is normally you would wind this at this end. So that there is a gap, so that should this slip, it doesn't... It is. Because you can't do... I haven't got to do one, but if I'm going to do 3 twists, let me do them here. I literally roll the bobbins. You can't do that with a spangle because the spangles just catch. They just go on my tits, frankly. And I'm not alone. There are many people who do not like spangles, but spangles are predominantly a British thing. And in fact, that bobbin, she says, finding it again. This is a, oh, hang on, spam bot. We like killing spam bots. Report spam bot. There you go. Yes, on me. Bye bye, spam bot. So if I bear with me 2 seconds, as the box of hated spangles is only over here. Hang on. So, here is some more bobbins with spangles, right? Now, they can look pretty. I appreciate that they're behind the words. Hang on. Let's pull them out from under the words. There you go. They can look pretty. But if I wanted to twist these, I can't because the spangles tangle and don't allow easy twisting of the bobbins. If you think how easy, I can just go to these two and go twist, 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 right? And you... Well, I have considered, a bit like this one's got a much tinier spangle. This spangle is more acceptable, I think is the best phrase, because at least, you know, if you could make it a bit more elongated, she says, giving it a bit of a grope. So, you know, it on its own then is a bit more, because it will rotate round and not mate. But 99% of spangle bobbins are like these two and have really big, bulky, huge, ugly, in many cases, things. And therefore you can't, flick your bobbins around as much. Now, this bobbin alone, depending on whatever the hell this says, 10th anniversary Felixstowe Leif's Day. Some people might pay 10 quid for this bobbin. This pattern takes 100 bobbins. I am not paying 10 quid a bobbin. The words "fucking off" can be applied to that theory, right? And, you know, you can get some very beautiful ones, bone ones. I really like the look of bone bobbins, but, you know, they're always spangled and you know, because they've been historically spangled, I wouldn't want to unspangle them. If they were brand new bobbins that, you know, I know if you could pick them up really cheap and you got a bunch of spangles, I could quite happily rip them off because I'm only after the bobbin. But a lot of the bobbins have good points and bad points. So if I move this, no, that's the wrong box. Where did I hide the bobbins? There they are. The bobbins I've been using for my square are these. Now, these are known as Danish bobbins with mushrooms, because they got mushrooms. And these are quite nice. I quite like these. Now, the dent here works really well because they go in my bobbin holders. Hang on. Try and do it with one hand, but there you go. They go in my bobbin holders, and look, shake it around, they stay in there. Quite like those. Whereas, she says putting her bobbin back. Hang on. I had a bit of a brief, you know, loss of heartbeat when I couldn't see the box I put my bobbins in. I have one of these bobbins, free, here it is, right? If I put it in here, these tend to slide around a lot more. They can get stuck, but they tend to slide. So quite often, if I'm holding this, I can pull it, and you just pull them off the end. So if, she says, realising that probably didn't translate too well. Hang on. So if there's a whole pile of them in here, and these have got strings on, I can just slide them out. And that means they also want to escape, which is not a good thing. So there are pros and cons to bobbins. And a lot of it is how it feels in your hand. Now, I've got big man hands, so I quite like the fact that these are a bit bigger than the normal Midlands bobbin. Honiton bobbins are like toothpicks. I've got one around somewhere. They're literally, you know, like this long, really skinny. In fact, I think it's in my box of don't see it in my box of goodies. Hang on. Yes, Nautical, I did take up your hint on that. In case you were wondering. Here it is. It's in here. I see it. This is a Honiton bobbin. I mean, it's a toothpick, right? My first beeswax. It says beeswax on it. Does help a bit. Does help a bit. Not maybe as much as I'd like, but it does help a good bit. Saves me licking it. Saves me licking it. That's more to the point. But these, tiny, I mean, look at the difference, right? These things are all right, but they're as light as feather, tiny, and these things want to tangle because they are so skinny. It's mainly because the tops are so skinny. It means that the threads can tangle themselves in knots and generally cause a world of hate. I'm going to put this Midlands bobbins in here because, well, there's already one Midlands bobbin in here. It's getting a bit crowded in my box, actually. No, I won't. But it is. So here was one of the other Midlands bobbins that I've got, which is another one with words on it. Online vendor. Mainly because convenience. It's not that I'm against, you know, finding a local one, but I wasn't sure how it would go, so I went with a cheap online variety. In the long run, we'll probably try and source a local one. You know, support your local dudes and all that. So let me put this bit back over there like that. Let's put that back because I don't need it. But it is one of those frustrating parts that the bobbins matter, but it matters more how it feels in your hand because they all do the same job. To be honest, you could almost use bits of tissue paper and just wrap thread around it. The weight does help, and part of the reason I like these wooden ones are because they're really heavy for their size. And being a not particularly delicate, gentle person, I find that helpful. That makes... I like the fact that they are definite when they do things. That's a good word for it. It does... You don't feel like you've accidentally done something. It is... You kind of have to definitively say to it, you will do something, and it won't generally do too much by itself. So they don't tend to roll around too much, just because they don't tend to roll around too much, which is great. I mean, they can, so if you're moving things around, they do move, but at the same time, they kind of don't tend to do it too much by themselves, because they've got a bit of weight to them. So if you go... They will move, but you've got to blow quite hard. Whereas, like, the Honiton ones, you know, one sneeze and they're, like, 6 time zones away in a big knot somewhere, and I just don't need that in my life. So we've got Dave, who does leatherworking. We've got Naughty Cat, who does knots and rope work, and Liz making lace. I mean, between us, we should be able to make some fantastic shit. Let's now go over here. Don't need you or you. I need 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1. Why do I twist them 3 times? Because they're going to be the long legs of my spider. And I'm 1 pair short for this side of my spider. So this is going to be a good example as why I like these round, simple bobbins for this. Because when it comes to doing this, and you're going over, under, as every weaver will recognise, it makes it a lot easier because you've got nothing to catch your stuff on. And it means that you don't need a lot of space. You can just kind of move your pairs under and over. Now this is a thing called cloth stitch, and I'm not going to claim any rights to the cheat of my cloth stitch, but in effect it is a cheat. And when I do the other half, I'll show you what I mean. So let me put my pin in and tension everybody up so that there's no extra bits. Normally, a cloth stitch is done with four bobbins, 2 pairs, cross, twist, cross, and you have taken that which is on the left, put it on the right. You then do it again, cross, twist, cross, move those over, cross, twist, cross. Now, this that was here is now over here, but it's under-overed its whole way to the other side. My method skips a move, but doing it at the same time. So, cross and twist. Now, normally, you would then cross this one over. So, let's kind of pencil in that crossed one over. These 4, then this one's going to go over that. Well, I do it so that they do it all at the same time. So if I scoot these out of the way, I go cross, twist. You would normally, this normally goes there, and that would normally, so that would normally go in this one. This would then normally come here. Well, to do it together. So now you just hop your way to the end, and it just, you know, it's just an efficiency thing, but it also means that, I mean, it does mean that if you stop in the middle, sometimes you confuse yourself, but I also find it quite an easy way to make sure I don't use the wrong pairs, because you just keep going till you run out of where you're going. Which I find helpful, because, well, it's a thing. Getting distracted in the middle is very easily done. But you can untwist it, because it's not like they're tiny, tiny knots that you can't unpick. There are no knots, realistically, in lace making, other than initially putting the two pairs together in a bad join, because, of course, technically one should only wind onto the bobbin that which you need, and then, you know, you have no knot at the beginning, and while you do knots at the end, to finish it off, you can not do knots and just weave all the ends in and spend 13 years of your life doing so and regretting every life choice you ever made. So knots happen generically at the end, and I actually even glue mine, because buggered if I'm putting all this work in for it to come undone later. Now, on my test pieces, not so bothered. On my squares that are going to be a net curtain, I want that damn thing to live for years. And if I have to wash it, I do not want to gently put it into water and go swishy swishy, because that's kind of all you can really do with it, and then pull it out and watch it crumble. That would be heartbreaking, so we're not going to do that, hence we've glued the knots. Well, you see, this is why we have Nautical, to explain to us that it's not even technically a knot. I mean, well, the fact that it's not a knot, maybe that's why I hate it so much. Because, you know, I need a knot and I've got a bend, you know. But it is one of those things, is that I love the fact that many of our hobbies have overlaps. Even though you know, Nautical does not make lace, and I do not do, you know, I clearly don't do knots, right? Like you know, Dave, like you said on Ox's stream, as a crafter, you can appreciate somebody else's crafting at face value for the time, effort, and patience, or maybe in my case the lack of patience, but the stubbornness that was required to make it from start to finish. And I think that's true with an awful lot of crafting, is that if you are a crafter, and I'm not talking you glue a few pieces of paper together, I'm talking stuff where you know, you physically have to make the thing. These things don't happen overnight. These things are not a 10-minute job. You do not knock out, you know, I'm sure, I know, let's say for sake of the argument, Dave, I know Nautical is twitching gently there, sorry, Nautical. But, you know, I'm sure, Dave, if I said to you, make a dog collar, it is not a 10-minute job, right? Even a fairly plain, boring one is not a 10-minute job. And it means that we all then appreciate that you can't, you know, if someone goes, oh, well, that's a really simple one, surely you can't, you know, it can't cost that much. Well, no, maybe the parts aren't specifically expensive. Maybe the parts are, you know, a couple of quid. I mean, for example, why is this leaning so much? Is this not in the middle? Let me move my base a little bit to see if it's just been annoying. But one of these reels of cotton is about 9 quid. And it does do an awful lot of lace, to be frank. But as the early videos of me doing this showed some of the setup, and I wound some bobbins on stream, and I joined them, and we pricked the pattern on the stream, or a large part of it. The prep work is often the most laborious, painstaking part of it, and frankly, it's the bit that most of us hate the most, because it is the unseen stuff. It's a bit like, any kind of, you go to a concert, whether that's classical or rock, where where you go to a performance of ballet or some form of dance or acting, or you see a 2-hour performance. You don't see the weeks, months, years that led up to that. And prep work in crafting is very, very similar in that you don't see the prep work. You see a finished object. You see a bookmark. You see a tea towel. You see a doormat. You see a dog collar. You don't see the hours that went to making that final object. And it's a bit like being an artist, as in a painter stroke, normal, traditional kind of artist in the sense of drawing and the like. Now, sure, there are some sick individuals out there who basically pick up a pencil and go, and out comes something that's like photo quality and makes you want to vomit. For the rest of them, that's months of work, right? And for those, I'm talking of the normal people amongst us, not that I'm normal, but the more normal people amongst us, where these things take considerable time and effort. And take care, Devcott. Enjoy helping your friend. Don't pull any muscles, like my neck. I don't know what I've done to it. Really hurt my neck somehow. I can't really turn it for some reason today. The joist being old. But, as any crafter, irrelevant of what your craft is, you go and watch someone else do their thing, and you may have questions as to why is that necessary? Why do maybe they like a lot of times, you might see them temporarily do this, or you'll see them do a mock-up or something. So I was watching a YouTube video earlier of a lady who made a coat based on something she'd seen on TV. And, she had a base pattern that she was converting, shall we call it, to make it like the one she'd seen. Because in essence, it was more like a poncho. The one on the TV was more like a poncho, but it had like a built-in scarf. But the scarf was sufficient that you could put it over your head. So it was quite a thick scarf, as in it was quite wide. And put it over your head like a hood, right? And she was really fascinated by that, wanting to make it. Great. So she got some felt. Now, my experience with felt is poor. It's got next to no strength whatsoever, and the longevity of said coat, especially if I wore it, would probably be the distance of me to my car, right? Because it just wouldn't have a long life. But watching her make it, and, she made a paper shape, so she took the shape of the pattern that she'd got. She worked out how she was going to add the kind of scarfy bit instead of a collar. She did all of that, and she made a paper one, decided that, yeah, that's the right shape that I want. Then she made a mock-up out of some cheap Hessian-y type stuff, and made some adjustments to make sure that it fitted better, and, good idea, but you're sitting there is a lot of you goes, so you had to make it twice? What a pain in the arse that is. And to be honest, an awful lot of crafts, knitting, crochet, etc., sewing, all have an element of you need to check your gauge and fitting before you start. Now, if you're following a pattern with knitting, they will tell you to make a 4" by 4". They will, depending on the size of your yarn, cast on so many stitches, and in pattern, most importantly, you will now have to do a 4" swatch. Well, if you're doing that in tiny, tiny thread. So, for example, like this stuff, you know, and this is crochet cotton, by the way. That's a lot of stitches. That's a lot of rows. And depending on the pattern, that can take you a really long time. And this is why so many people don't. Is because, well, if I'm, you know, going to make a 4-inch frigging section of it, I'd rather make it and have it not fit. Because, you know, it's all, you know, it's, if you were making a pair of gloves, for example, a 4-inch section of it, well, that's like half a glove. You know, it's a considerable portion. And people don't necessarily have the time to waste. Now, I am fortunate that I have been blessed with the ability to have pretty much the tension that they want. So I can skip. Now, it becomes very apparent after about 2 rows if it's going to be right or not. Occasionally, if the yarn is really fuzzy and the needles are weird, so not normally the size you'd expect for the size of yarn, then I can be out. But if it is, you know, you have some, you know, double knitting wool and you're going to use 4-inch, you know, 4mm needles or something, I will get the gauge that they want, and that's fine. But it is still a risk. It is a risk that you take when you start it. So the fact that this poor girl was making this Hessian coat, you know, before making the actual coat. Now, to be fairness, she did put a liner in it, and she put some, I won't say strengtheners in, because they weren't strengtheners, but she put then in some muslin to help give it shape, because obviously felt is, yeah, a bit like my lace here. I mean, obviously you couldn't really do it to lace, but, you know, it doesn't hold up. It doesn't stay where you put it. It wilts, and it would naturally conform to the ground below it. So by putting something stronger behind it, she could give it, you know, chest shape and a bit of form at the you know, and all the rest of it. She also put shoulder pads in it. She then lined it so that it would slide over her clothes. Because obviously felt is quite a sticky thing. It's a bit like this kind of velvety style fabric in that it clings to things. It is more grippy than slippery. Now, personally, I'd have done it different. Would it matter? Probably not. For she made the coat out of felt. Then she made the coat for a third time with the liner, and then attached the liner. Now, in my mind, I would have made the liner and always held it in parallel with the core fabric. Because she spent ages making the seams line up and trying to put the seams together, and it's like, but you wouldn't have needed to. If you'd done it, you know, 2 bits of fabric and kind of tacked them together and then, you know, sewed along all the lines and done all of that, it would all be built in. It would all fit. It would all work. But, you know, maybe there's a reason not to. I'm not aware of one. But maybe there's a reason not to. So it was interesting to watch her do that, because it's so not what I would have done. And while I have no intentions of making me a coat, although making it with some of my hand woven stuff could be a thing, I could see a point to that. But I don't tend to wear any patterns. All my stuff's plain, hence my avatar is me wearing beige jumpers, because, well, frankly, 99% of the year I wear beige jumpers. So it's got to be real kind of warm for me not to be wearing a beige jumper. And so, you know, there is this bit of me, and I don't go out a lot, so I don't really need much of a coat, so it would be wasted on me. But I can see a purpose to weaving some interesting, in my case, slightly dark, near black kind of fabric to make, say, a jacket out of or something that I could wear on a cooler day. And I would be interested then to waterproof it, which is also... That's right, there was a bird imitating a car alarm, which is quite interesting, which you probably didn't hear. I very much live in the country and my door is open, so you may hear bird song, you may not, but it was out the front in this case, so you probably didn't hear it. But like a lot of these things, my problem with my weaving is not that I weave, and that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right at all. So let's take you back. Did I not start in the right place? Let's undo you as well, actually. When in doubt, go back to where you started and try again. So, there's 6 of you, there's 6 of you. I need to move you. So let's move you. That looks better. But the biggest problem I have with all my crafting is my ability and wish to make far exceeds any ability to use. And the same is going to be true for all of my lace making. In that I don't need bookmarks, I don't need placemats, I absolutely do not need lace trimmings for clothes. I don't even really want lace pictures on my walls, because I've only got 3 things on the wall in this house. One is the waiting at the door, for want of a better expression, dead dog poem. One is a picture of a little puppy done in multiple colours made by a good friend of mine. It is of a unique taste, but I absolutely love it because she made it for me. And the picture I made for when my dad died. Not that I can draw in any shape or form, but I spent friggin' hours on that. So I drew it on a computer, I then printed it out and traced it. I then hand painted it, for which I am no painter, and it was watercolours and everything. And it's basically a fairly simple mandala with 2, maybe tulips, stroke roses, stroke flowery things. They're tulips in colour, but they were supposed to be roses. They didn't turn out quite as well in real life as they did on the computer, because obviously computers are better to do gradients with. And Control Z is a beautiful thing. But I did it as, to symbolise that, and so I have that on the wall in my house. I have that on the hallway. So 2 things are in the hallway, one's in here. The dog's in here, the ode to dog and my dad's picture are in my hallway. That's it. I haven't got any other pictures up in this house. And I don't feel the burning need, right? I'm a fairly plain girl. I have nearly everything in this house is a colour of beige. Now, bear in mind, I didn't decorate this house. It came that way. The carpet's beige. Well, it's a bit yellowy beige, but it's beige. The walls are beige. The curtains are beige. I've got wood furniture, so it's brown. Everything is kind of brown, beige, brown, beige. And I kind of like that. Which is kind of interesting, because my school uniform was brown. And for decades, I hated brown. But I've come to the acceptance that beige is a good colour for me. I have spent now a lot of my life, in fact, wearing forms of beige. I wouldn't wear brown because my school uniform was turd brown. And I do mean truly, deeply and utterly turd brown. We had... It wasn't even latte coloured. It was almost the colour of these wooden strips as a shirt. But not quite so interesting. Turd brown tie, turd brown jumper, turd brown blazer. Turd brown or cream socks. Bear in mind the shirts weren't cream, so that was not a good look. You were not allowed white. Brown or black shoes. But the tie was turd brown And, quote, gold. Any gold that's that colour is not gold. Tango orange, right? School PE kit, holy shit. Tango orange, it's not gold. Tango orange polo shirts. And due to the time that of life and, you know, decade era of when I was at school, what can only be described as turd brown granny pants with two kind of orange stripes down the side. Knee length tango orange socks. You can just picture how sexy we all looked in those. Especially when your mother buys you baby pink trainers. These truly were the epitome of ugliness. No children ever in school uniform looked more vile than our school. And more interestingly, now I will point out that the boys' trousers were black, you lucky buggers. Nothing on the girls' uniform was black. But our school, we felt uniquely ungifted, frankly, in the school uniform. For down the road from us was a school called Sacred Heart. Bear in mind, we were also a Church of England school, so, you know, religious school, it was comparable. Sacred Heart's uniform was green. But it wasn't green, it was really nice green. It was kind of racing green with a leaf green, you know, almost like a broad bean green. It was nice shades of green. It wasn't like lime green and, you know, puke pus green or anything. No. These were nice colours. And they lorded over our school uniform. My junior school had a better colour scheme, which was black, grey, white and royal blue. We liked that. That was cool. The tie was grey, black and royal blue. You had a white shirt, which of course is great because everyone likes a good white shirt. Navy blue. Or was it royal blue? Royal blue, sorry. Royal blue jumper, royal blue, you know, royal blue on the tie. But that was the excess of royal blue. You then had you know, black shoes, white socks. It was great. In the summer, we had summer dresses. But the brown uniform, the turdiness was too much, is the phrase. It was too much. We struggled with that. The turdiness of everything. And the blazer was never compulsory for the first couple of years, and for many years prior to me joining the school, blazers had not been compulsory, and so to the fact no one wore them because, well, no one was there. You know, some parents bought little Johnny, you know, blazers, and for the first day of going to secondary school, little Johnny turned up in his blazer, right? Then realised that everyone else didn't wear them in the years above, and so that was it. They got one day of use and no one wore them. Sadly, our headmaster died, rather tragically, and a little bit kind of out of the blue. And we got a headmistress. Now, she wasn't Mrs. something, she was Miss, and she was like Cruella de Vil. I was still at lower school, so I was in the year 3 when, third year secondary school, when she rocked up, of course, right? And it was a really cold winter. there were like 6 inches of snow in November, right? It was a really cold winter. When that snow hit, I bet she couldn't, right? But with 6 inches of snow on the ground, bearing in mind, in our day, playtime, you were outside. You know, come hell or high water, it could be Armageddon levels of floods and tornadoes out there kind of thing. You were going outside. So in 6 inches of snow, you're now outside. But as a child of our school, we did not have lockers. So you had to carry around a bag that contained everything you needed for that day. So if you had 5 lessons and PE, you would have... Yeah, we went out, we had to carry around with us 5 lots of textbooks, 5 lots of exercise books, pens, pencils, lunch potentially. Then your PE kit, which of course is, you know, as described, quite ugly. If you... That's okay. You can do that. You can do that. But our school were like pack horses. I mean, there were days when you could have 3 bags on you. One for home economics, one for PE, one with the rest of your school shit. And, you know, when you're 11, the shit you were carting around... It is, but it was normal for my time, right? I need to point out, they didn't have anywhere to put them. And of course it would cost money and maintenance, and people would graffiti them, break them. They didn't want the expense. So you had to carry it all. And as a result of carrying it all... Well, but as a result of carrying it all, you didn't tend to wear a thick, lovely winter coat because you had to carry the fucker and all. If it warmed up enough, you did not want to carry a coat as well as your 15 bags of shit. So we generally didn't. And on this fateful day, the snow had come and we were somewhat unprepared. And we'd gone to school pretty much in school uniform. By this time, I already need to point out that Miss Chadwick had demanded permanent using of the blazer. Now, under our head... True, but you still need enough layers to trap some warmth in, right? And... Well, under Mr. Kuehl's reign, our headmaster, in kind of around this time of year, so around the Eastery time, maybe the beginning of the summer term, you'd attend an assembly and he would say, ties off. And that was it. Ties were no longer needed because the days were going to be sunny. You literally just walked around in your shirt and skirt. You didn't have to wear a tie, jumper, nothing. Under Miss Chadwick, the tie, the blazer and the jumper became a year-round necessity. Moreover, once you left the school at the end of the day, if you were seen in your school uniform and you were not wearing the full attire, you were instantly got to detention for, you know, dishonouring the school, right? She was an evil bitch. That's what she was trying to prove. Anyway, she was, I mean, as children, we had many imaginative ways to kill her off. Do not get me wrong. But her reign of terror. But on this fateful day, you know, it was morning break, so the 10:15 to 10:30 break. Oh, I'm petty too. But kid in his school uniform. Bear in mind, the only place to sit, there were no real benches to sit on, so you either had to stand for the whole break time, or you sat on the wet ground, right? Those are our choices. She refused to let a kid in to go and get his coat. And the immortal line that will ever be her tagline was, "It's not that cold." Well, maybe it wasn't. But how would she know? She was standing there in like one of those big Russian fur hats, and it was fur. It was not fake fur, it was really fur. And a muffler, you know, the thing you put your hands in, and a floor-length fur coat. Bitch, I'm not surprised you're not cold. You've got 68 dead animals on you. The story spread quicker than wildfire on a hot day in Brush, right? She was just plain evil, that woman. Well, exactly. I need to point out, I only ever had one detention at school. And the teacher got rid of me out of it as quickly as she humanly could. I discovered I have an interesting trait. I'm going to show you what I do. Right? So all I have to do, I can do that while writing. I can constantly make my... And I sat right under her nose. She lasted about 15 minutes and I got to leave. I technically did have a second detention, but I refused to go on principle. Oh, I'm petty. We had a stand-in French teacher. Bear in mind I hated French. And the French teacher... Yeah, ad time. We'll wait for ads, don't worry. Hello, puppy. What do you want? What you... Yes, you're a good boy. You are a good boy. Now, that's the wrong one. It was you. That's better. That's how it should look. And now we can take you. I need to push you down as well, because that's just a thing. Oh, there we go. yeah. Those were the only two detentions I got. But the French one, we had some children of questionable moral value who, well, I shared a couple of classes with them, and one of the classes was RE, the other one was French and pottering. Now, as it turned out, this particular French class was preceded by pottery. And throughout the year, the kids had originally started off smuggling out a handful of clay, rolling it into balls and kind of doing spitballs with them. And whatever. I sat nearer the back, so that was fine. But then they started sealing those whole logs, which are like the size of this roller but longer. They were stealing the whole logs and multiple logs. And they started flinging more like handfuls of clay at all. The wall became quite thick with clay. For cleaning in our school seemed to be optional, frankly. Why are you grumbling, dog? Where's your brother? Oh, there he is. Just checking. But basically the French teacher caught them chucking. I mean, he knew they were doing it because he'd be looking at the blackboard and, you know, whop, a lump of clay would appear on the wall. But he never caught who was doing it. Well, the RE was worse. RE was distinctly worse. But the reason we got detention was, well, the class got detention. Everybody got detention because these kids were flicking clay, right? Now, I'm not against that per se. I mean, you know, but as someone who sat on their own, minding their own business, but my problem was that I, you know, as someone who had distinctly not been involved, why should I get a detention? And I was in a particularly rebellious moment of my life, so I didn't go. Apparently, nor did anyone else. I mean, literally no one showed up. Which is quite surprising because, you know, not even the class SWAT showed up. Because I'm sure, as you will all know, having been through education, that no matter how and what you do in school, no matter how many of you there are in a class or how few of you there are in a class, there is always at least one joker, one arsehole, and one SWAT, right? There is at least one of those in any group. And so the fact that even the SWAT didn't go kind of sums it up, right? The funnier bit, the next morning we all expect, you know, having found out that literally no one went, and it was like, oh shit, we're going to get in serious trouble as none of us went. He'd quit. He quit on the spot. We got rid of him. So we got away with it. But RE was worse. The same people who threw clay at this French teacher started off in RE by throwing plastic set squares. Okay. Now, that can hurt if you catch the wrong end of it, but it's a set square. He quit. But the plastic set squares, yeah, whatever, right? Then they became metal set squares. And they would sit at the back of the class, throwing them at the blackboard at the front of the class. Because the blackboard had wooden surrounds, right? So they're throwing it at the wooden surrounds of the blackboard. Then one day it turned into scalpels. And I've never forgotten the day that we were me and my friend who sat near the front of the class in this one. Mainly because her vision was shit, and so she was looking down the class. She almost couldn't see you at the sides. My friend was writing something, and I grabbed her by the hair, and she was a little bit put out, and I yanked her head back as a scalpel landed where her head would have passed through her head and landed in the book that she was writing on. She forgave me for pulling her by her hair, I will point out. But you know, it kind of got a little bit much at that point. But of course, this would generally happen before the teacher got in the room. Therefore, nothing ever really came of it because there was no obvious sign of it. But obviously for those of us in the class, a few of us began to feel somewhat uncomfortable having scalpels being thrown around. I should also point out that not that I ever participated in any of this, but because I was really a boring child. I was too scared to do anything bad. But our school featured on a nationwide... I was usually the kid being beaten up because I was small and skinny. But our school featured on a nationwide article about drugs in school. I didn't even know we had any. So, you know, it was a bit of a surprise for me. Because I went, but that's our music room. That's my school! You know, kind of moment. And I think my parents were a little bit surprised, but... because they thought better of that, considering it was a, you know, Church of England school. They expected better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Put you over that. So yes, it was interesting, our school. Yes, our school was a strange place. I didn't hear bird either, but then I've also got you in one ear, so... And it's the ear nearest the door that the sounds would come from. You sure it wasn't the dog? You know, whiny bitch face that we've got. Oh, possibly. Because I hear so many, I do tend to ignore some of them. We have geese, pheasants, stork, blackbirds, thrushes, nightingales, all of the standard kind of garden variety of bird. We have buzzards, we have... and I've got a dude playing a game in my ear, so a number of sounds... to be honest, I probably assumed it was on there. He's playing Oblivion. So there's grunting and all sorts going on in my ear. I can't see him. I can just hear him. But yeah, there's lots of birds around here, and I am no master of bird song. But we got ducks. Trying to think what else we've got that's a bit more unusual. That sounds like a good plan. I need to cook my chicken, so I was hoping I'd finish this today, but this is not going to be a plan. So this is, in a way, that's a good thing. It means I don't have to invent something new for tomorrow. Yeah, that dog. Problem is, I don't want to eat really, 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 really late tonight, but at the same time, the end of this is not as far away as it looks. So you can just about make out the bottom line, which is here. But this square, which is obviously a large part of it, disappears quite quickly. Which then only leaves the corners, if you know what I mean. So it's not far away, if you know what I mean. Someone's having a bonfire. Either that or my house is on fire. One or the other. I can smell something. Pretty sure it's bonfire. See, that was someone's having a barbecue, but it doesn't smell foody. Could be a barbecue. Actually, I think it's barbecue. I can smell sausages. I saw that. You want to stay there, fine. You do that. And we'll see how it goes. See how it goes. Stop whining, Amy. Yay! Now that was a bird, but that's a bird doing a car alarm. We do have woodpeckers, and they can be quite tuneful. We've got one that laughs. That's the green one. If you ever hear a bird that laughs here in the UK, chances are it's a green woodpecker. Awesome. I know what it's like. I kind of did the same, but on a completely different, unrelated matter. I'm sure many of you have had the issue where your duvet, inside your duvet cover, doesn't stay corner to corner in all four corners. It runs away one corner, usually the corner nearest you. So you know in sweet, that's good news. And but the duvet cover thing is really annoying because you wake up in the morning and all you've got is a bit of duvet cover and no duvet, right? Well, I bought off Amazon because lots of my stuff comes from Amazon. Two things. One, sheet suspenders, which basically go underneath your mattress and hang on to your sheet so that it doesn't ping off. Because as we all know, fitted sheets and mattresses never match in size. And 9 times out of 10, the fitted sheet pings off the top and, yep, and you end up tangled in it. Secondly, mushrooms. That's the best word for them. They're little mushroom shapes with like big pins sticking out the bottom that go into receptacles. Now, the pins themselves are fairly sharp, but they go fully into these receptacles so you don't hurt yourself. And they keep your duvet in your duvet cover. So between these, because and you know, I mentioned it to the two guys I work with, and it's like, this is the most domesticated I've ever been. I'm going to tell you of a revolutionary thing in my household. And I explained about the sheet suspenders and these little mushroom things. And one went, they sound really clever. And I went, they are. They're ingenious. For something so simple, they are ingenious. Because, of course, you pinch them and they come out. So it's not like you're trapped in the duvet forever, right? He got some for his kids because his kids have that problem a lot. And he came back a week later and he went, they are absolutely revolutionary. And it's like, I know. And yet they're so friggin' obvious when you think about it. But yeah, it's you know, there are times when you just have to like tell the world, because it's like, oh my God, my life has been changed. I have seen the light. It is borderline a religious experience, you know. I saw God, you know, it really is. It's kind of almost on, you know, almost on that level. And it's kind of, you know, and you're left sitting there going, wow, how did I not know of this? I mean, we've all seen here's something I didn't know till I was in my 30s, and, you know, all of that kind of crap. And you're just like, and it'll be really obvious stuff. And you kind of go, how did you not know this? But this stuff, sometimes it is utterly revolutionary. And yeah, my life was forever changed by what turned out to be like a £5 Amazon order, you know. Sometimes it's not always an expensive venture either. So Nautical, I'm really pleased for you. On a genuine level, I am properly pleased for you, because, you know, I know that you were trying, you know, it means a lot to you to sort that out. But also something arguably so simple, but as you say, a good long soak in the right stuff, and a miracle has happened, you know. Without damage to anything else, you know. Itchy nose. Scooch. Pin. Stab. Tug, 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 tug. Yep. Back where we came from. Again, that doesn't look right, because there's 4 of you, but it's just the way you're hanging. It's not actually wrong. Scooch. Collar back on before you. Well, to be honest, it's always nicer to not have to use industrial strength, you know, kill it solutions. I mean, you know, not that we're against, you know, the occasional industrial strength kill it solutions. But if you can use a lesser thing, it is generally good for you and the environment and your lifespan and everything else. And it's probably better for the thing in question anyway. Because you see, for me, if I tried using acetone on it, it would turn out that the keys would melt in acetone. And as I kind of found out, I used to have a nice expensive keyboard. Not as in keyboard, but as in for PC keyboard, right? And and I managed to do, I was doing something with some acetone, cleaning something up, and I managed to spill a drop on my keyboard. Wrecked it. Absolutely wrecked it. And it was right where you put your palm, so it was sticky, it never really settled, it never dried out, it never sorted itself out. I had to chuck the keyboard away, and it was an expensive keyboard. and it was just one of those things, is that a bit of hindsight, well, it is kind of plastic, so acetone and plastic, because, you know, that's all that really acetone's for. But it was one of those things, is that once someone said it, it's bloody obvious. But until they said it, your brain had never given it a second thought. And life can be full of a lot of those, is that your just brain had never even remotely thought that A plus B equals C, even though it's really obvious, until someone goes, you know, A and B are C, and your brain goes, well, obviously. And then it kind of pauses and goes, why didn't I know that? How come that's news to me? I mean, it's obvious now you've said it, but how did I not know that? Well, and this is the thing, you know, it's good for so many things, but it will also destroy an awful lot of things. Now, you know, because some plastics are fine with it, some plastics are not. Yeah. It's a bit like, you know, tapping in a slightly stubborn thing with a £20 lump hammer. Sure you can, but do you need to? Sometimes you just really, really wanna. In which case, go for it. But, you know. By the way, lump hammers should always be referred to as wand of user bashing, because that's what they should be for. Really? I've not heard of that one. Maybe it's a regional thing. all. That's probably what it is. I mean, one of the things that and I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. Naughty Cat might have an idea. There's a animal scourer that you can get. It's generally got for horses, but it works on animals, period. And that stuff is absolutely phenomenal. That would kind of clean the devil out of his pit, given an opportunity. I did buy some once. I had a tub, but I can't remember what the name of it was. Oh, for goodness sake. Have you ever noticed when you type things on your phone, you never seem to type the words that you thought you did? I know the name would ring a bell if I saw it. Yeah, usually for horses. This is when Amazon's not going to have any, of course. Orvis. Orvis WA paste. Orvis WA paste cleaner. That shit is the bomb. That stuff will clean everything. And you don't need much either. It goes a really long way. Goes a really long way. As someone who spins her own yarn and got some fleeces off a guy at work, I got some to clean them. Freaking awesome. Also used it to clean the dog. Because of course it's not toxic to them, so you're safe to scrub the skank out of the dog with it. Awesome stuff. Absolutely free. I knew I'd recognise it the moment I saw it, but you know, I have being dyslexic, my brain has a real fart on words. In that it sits there going, well, of course I know that. Right, well, what is it? I'm not telling you. But I need the word. Well, yes, I know it. Well, stop dancing around like a dog with a tennis ball. Give me the damn word. And so... And I won't even be able to give you things... It's not like, say, an actor's name where you're struggling to name the actor and you can name like 28 things he's been in. No. No, this is absolute blank. You can't say anything about it, but you know exactly what you mean. And the moment you see it, you go, yeah, that's the one. I hate my life. I live daily like this. And it'll be words over, stupid words like server. You know, it'll be a word I use every day. And my brain will suddenly go, no, I know not of these words. These words of which you speak, I know not. And you're like, you bloody do. I know you do. I know you used it like 10 minutes ago. Some of it is age. But my brain has always done a lot of this. My family have always done a lot of this. Or at least my mother's side has always... My mother always did a lot of this. And so, you know, everything was a thingy, right? You know, I could have an endless conversation and people would stop and watch us in the corridor at work. Because at one point I worked in the same place as my mother. And we would have like a 10-minute conversation about the thing and the thingy and the what's it. And they would look at us like we were aliens. But I knew exactly what she was talking about. I just couldn't name it either. You know the thing? The big thing or the little thing, right? Well, you know he goes in the thingy, yeah. Well, do you know where the thingy is? No. But it might be with the other thing. Which other thing? Well, the what's it? Oh, I know what you mean. And people are looking at you going, there is no way on earth you two are talking about the same shit. We were. We did. We had hundreds of those conversations. And so I knew to expect this in my life, that it was not going to get any better. But it doesn't make it any less infuriating when you're trying to have a conversation. And like the Orvis paste, It's phenomenal shit. Frankly, every house should have some. Because it's not just good, it will also clean clothes really well. It's probably much like your awesome stuff, actually. In that it will clean everything. But you don't need a lot. It goes a really long way. It's a bit expensive, but it goes a really long way. And it's really good for cleaning animals and well, it's just good for cleaning everything. In fact, I really ought to get some to clean my carpets. Because now you made me think about it. Yeah, what's awesome supposed to be used for? What's its original concept for? Because it might be the same kind of stuff of this All of Us paste. You know what? We might finish this today. That'll be annoying. Right, let's package you up and do the bit in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Get off. Good. Everything adds up there. That's always a bonus. Yeah, Orvis basically does the same shit, although it's pet friendly. It's the only difference, I think. When I say it's pet friendly, it is designed for use on animals. But it's basically the same shit. It'll get rid of stains, poo, wee, everything. Yeah. sure you didn't get your third one there. I think you escaped. Right, let's do the end of this one. Nope, you're not right. That was not the right thing to do. So, let's undo you. Because you are not the right pairs. As is somewhat by the fact that you and you, so undo your twists, you should have done one of these. And we'll steal a pin, put you in there. Now you're ready. I need a pair of you. And we'll steal a pin. And we need another one. We'll steal a pin. Don't know what I did to my neck. I must have slept on it funny. And I know Nautica will understand this. This will have something to do with the fact that the dog stole 90% of the bed. So if this was the width of my bed, the dogs were sleeping here, and I normally sleep kind of about here. So the dogs took all of this space and were pushing me off the edge. As I nearly fell out of bed this morning. Thanks for that, puppy dogs. You were all sleeping soundly like little navvies, snoring away. And I woke up, butt cheeks clenched, hanging on to the edge of the bed. So you go over there, and I need you and you, and you and you. And we will go cross, twist, cross. There we go. Do I want to cross between that? I really should. Actually, I do. So we're going to do 1, 2, 1, 2. Go back to bed. It's no thought police here. We're not going to shun you for it. You want to go to bed? Go to bed. Nothing wrong with a bit going back to bed. I got out of bed late, so I'm not going to judge. I'm not going to think less of anybody because they want to go back to bed. I don't care what time of day it is where you are. If you want to go back to bed, go back to bed. Fair enough. Appreciate that. It's alright. It's not the end of the world, even though you think it is. Someone putting shit through the doorway, and almost certainly it's probably election shit that I won't be reading. Did you eat it? Did you eat it? Was it yummy? the bottom middle pin done. We have reached the bottom. But do I really want to do the 2 triangles at the sides? The answer is yes and no, all in one go, to be honest. How confident am I not going back? Oh, just sit still! For the love of dog, sit still! I don't care if there's some idiot out the front doing something. He can do that, right? Bent the fuck out of that. Missed. Keep getting an itchy ear. I wish you would stop. wasn't right. Didn't feel right. Are you coming up or are you being a dithery old fart? You can come up if you want. You've been out in the warms. That's a good boy. Yes, and he's nicked your spot, but there's plenty of other spot. Yes, you can sit there if you want. Miss. Hello. Hello. Hello, little miss. Yes, you're a good girl too. Oh, you're going to lie down. Doggers interrupt us, I'm afraid. The day she lies down for hugs is a special moment. Yes, it is. 'Cause she's a good girl. But you don't lie down very often. No, usually you're still in momentum. Yes. So if you lie down, you get a nice hug. You do. You get a calm, lovely hug with gentle scratches. Yes. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. She's a good girl. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. That's a good girl. Gentle ear scratch. No, don't rattle your head. No. I said don't rattle your head. Don't push the pillow off. No. Don't lick my hands, little one. They've just about warmed up now. They have. They have. Yes. I have warm hands now. I do. I do have warm hands. Oh. I know. We will cook dinner later. And if you're lucky, there are bits of it for you, for it is chicken and vegetables and roast potatoes and stuffing and gravy and yes, and I'm really looking for, and maybe some sausages if I don't forget to put them in. It's going to be quite a feast. It is. I'm going to try and eat my body weight of it. Because that's what you do with roast ears. It is. Yes, it is. Oh, having hope. No, no, don't push it. What part I did say do not push the pillow? Yes, good girl. Big smidge. Now, you're going to be a good girl and let me do some more. Because the more you do this, the longer it will be before we get to eat it. Because the longer it will be before I finish this, therefore, longer before I get to eat it. Mm-hmm. Yes. No, it's a nice thing. I haven't had a good one of these in ages. Mm-hmm. That's your brother getting his own back. Yeah. Making her think that there's something to bark at. It's your brother. He's getting his own back for all the times that you got he got comfy and you called out the cavalry. That's what that is. It is. And I don't blame him one bit. No. For the moment is broken now. Perfect time of day to go out and play ball with her, to be honest. There we go. And as she's outside, look, dog ball. It lives in my pocket, otherwise she destroys the place with it. So. And she hasn't twigged that it lives in my pocket. We're so near the end, but so far. I'm just mindful of the fact that I've got cooking to do. I know. I just don't want to be up too late because I've got work tomorrow. Disappointingly. But we're near, so far, but so near. So. See, that doesn't feel right, but I know that it is, so we'll ignore it. Clean my glasses for the 9 millionth time. That doesn't feel right. It's not wrong, but it doesn't feel right. It just feels awfully close to the last one for some reason. It's not. Sit still! For fuck's sake. I don't care. I don't care if there are hordes of orcs marching on the field. One more pair to fill the stick properly, but let's pick the stick to keep you out of the way. That's that over there. Let's put you in the stick, and then this stick is full. And I wonder where I'm going to put the sticks. Over there, I think. Oh. Come on back, it's only a bit more. My back's joining in with my neck now. I'm making out like the end of the world is here. For which, of course, it's not here. It's not that bad. Come on. Come on. There's room for you here if you want it. Come on. But do actually get up. Don't just stop halfway like that. Come on. I am, but you know what it's like when you're near the end of something, but at the same time, you're kind of giving out. Yeah, but no offence, who wants to watch half an hour tomorrow and then I'm done? It's best to struggle on for half an hour or so today, finish this off, and then tomorrow we can try sewing it, sewing the two bits together. Or a method of sewing the two bits together. And I will need to mark them somehow. To remind me which options were which. But it's really not that bad. I mean, it just doesn't help that my body is clearly having a... we can try an experimental knot. I'm not against an experimental knot. It is an experiment after all. As long as it holds, I really don't care. For it is to be the end, it is sanctifying the end of a thing. Which we've got a few pairs, so we've got plenty of room to try some experiments. And at this rate, there'll be more strips, so, don't feel that you have to kind of rush it in for this one, For I have a number of ideas of ways of joining the bobbins, and I ain't going to be unpicking them, so, well, not unless they really, truly suck. I mean, this is the traditional lace knot for finishing. Admittedly, not usually quite done in pairs like this, but, this is the traditional. I can do surgeon knots on both directions. That's fine. My weaving brain cell is happy to accept that as a variation on a theme. We can try that at the bottom of here. After all, the only concern would be the bulk. In terms of lace making for a final product, bulk is an issue. But if nothing else, doing a surgeon's knot at the bottom and a normal overhand knot kind of thing on top could be a variation that might be slightly better. But we can do your double surgeon's knot. It is not that far away, so because you want... It depends where the pressure to escape comes from. In terms of in doing a true surgeon's knot, you want the least amount of bulk next to the body to reduce potential of the digging in and the making of a scar. In terms of doing this, you want the extra strength and the don't fucking move knot to be on the inside, and the top one's just kind of casually holding it in place, if you know what I mean. So we can do that. So you want a double surgeon's knot, yeah? Like a reef knot, but with a bit more steroids. Okay. Yeah. As someone who's had a lot of stitches in her life, and now, as it turns out, quite a few staples, I had a real problem with staples mentally before having them myself. You used to see it a lot on vet programs, and it would generally be abroad, and they'd do staples, and the poor thing would look like Frankenstein, right? And I hated staples. I really had a problem with staples. They looked awful. They were a huge foreign body. They're made of metal. Lots of people, like my ex-husband, would have a problem because they're made of metal. I really had a problem with staples till I had my bowel surgery. Now, for those who are not aware, my bowel surgery looks like I star jumped onto a chainsaw. It is basically from pelvic bone to rib cage. Okay? And being podgy, that goes round the long way. So it's quite a long scar. And they did me up with staples. They didn't tell me in advance that, hey, we'll staple that shit up. No, I just woke up to, well, a zipper. And as I said, I just mentally got some real blocks about staples. Because, of course, with the traditional method of tying knots, they would do some subcutaneous knots on the inside that basically dissolve, and some more longer term knots on the outside to reduce the scarring. Now, I do have some bits where the scar is great and some bits where the scar is not. They removed, bear in mind they'd gone straight through. It's not like, you know, a cut or something, you know, where you've cut yourself on or something and they put a couple of stitches to hold it together. They've obviously gone in your stomach, and I'm not allowed to do a lot, but your stomach, because you can't really do anything without a stomach, it's your core. So whether you sit, lie, or otherwise, any movement puts strain on your stomach. So I was a little bit dubious about staples. In fact, a lot dubious about staples. And they removed them, what I felt was really, really quickly. It was something like 10 days. Which doesn't feel a lot when you consider how far in they had to go, right? And, well, some of them hadn't really taken. So the ones that hadn't really taken, I won't say had an infection, but like all large gash wounds, you have some bits that heal really, really quickly and other bits that take their time and look a bit more sorry about it. And I had a couple of sorrier looking bits, so I tended to the sorrier bits post staple removal, because clearly it hadn't quite done its thing. So I got some steri strips and I would clean it. I would, you know, I did even on one of the bits where it was really kind of looking like my stomach would open. I know that it wasn't, it's not deep enough, but it looks like it, and obviously it's not got the strength of the rest of it. So, you know, when you've got nothing better to think about, these are the kind of things that your brain comes up with. So I even kind of lightly scraped at the edge where it had kind of sealed itself off so that the edges could join back together. Those bits have the thinnest scar of all. I've got one bit, she says, looking at it, where the scar is an inch wide. To be honest, it's quite a wide scar, because the staples didn't kind of hold it together the whole way in. The moment the top bit looked kind of sealed, they pulled them out. Well, of course, the in bit was constantly applying pressure to come apart, so the scar stretched. And so I have this real mental issue over staples. I mean, you know, they held it all together. I'm not going to deny that. You know, it's not like I woke up one morning and my stomach was kind of on the bed next to me or anything. But staples just always have sat wrongly in my mind, and I don't like staples. But I've had so many stitches and spent a lot of time looking at said stitches, because, for example, when they did my hip, because I bust everything in a car accident, they had to remove the metal pole they put in my hip. When they removed it, and I was obviously I was much more mentally prepared to be, and less damaged elsewhere, to be able to be up and about. Well, it is, but when they put the stitches on my hip, they forgot to take into account that hips can swell a lot, because again, you're sitting, you can't really raise your hip like an arm or a leg. You can't really put it on a pillow and raise it for a bit. And, well, the knot end kept trying to disappear into my body, and I was only 20, well, 21 I think technically at the time of removal, and, you know, slightly concerned that, you know, well, if it comes undone, that could go downhill really fast. I almost spent the whole day holding on to the knot because it was trying to go in my body. It was most unpleasant. Gave me a good chance to look at stitches, to the point, one of my dogs managed to bang its head on the bottom of the patio door. And she was old, stupid, as old dogs can be, but in a way that only an old dog can be stupid, in that it's not stupid, but it does a real frigging good impression of stupid. And she needed a stitch because she'd made a bit of a flap and it needed holding down. And it was very obvious that she was completely unaware of said gash on her head. So I stitched it back up. There was no need to take it to the vet for, you know, long-term sedation so they could do a stitch. A month later, you couldn't see where that was. You couldn't see where it was at all. Now, Amy, for example, would be a really bad candidate for something like that, because she is the most skittish, annoying movie, you know, dog in living history. But this dog, whose raison d'etre was basically to be a statue 99.9% of the day, you know, frankly, she only would have moved. She probably wouldn't have moved if the earth had moved under her. She really, if you didn't know she was real, you would have thought she was a statue. She was terrible for it. Which made her a great candidate, because of course she just sat there and let you. Because, well, that meant moving, and she wasn't really in the mood for that. I don't condone it usually, but for something so small, just to kind of hold it in place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I've got 2 too many. Oh, well. Should have done it a minute ago. She wasn't bleeding a lot. There was, you know, it was clean. I'd cleaned it. I made sure there was no grime and, you know, no major damage, nothing. It was just a case of holding the skin together while it healed. And, you know, if it wasn't on her head and it wasn't on a dog, you'd have just put a band-aid on it. But it needed something just to hold it down, so that she could go and do dog things. So that's what I did. Silly animal. Now is not the time to tangle. Thank you. Biggest problem I have, Nautical, is the curly ends, but I can't be bothered to beeswax them just to do the knot at the end. But it really doesn't help. Well, this is it. I mean, if I was doing a proper piece and that it was going to be, you know, the main curtain or something that I was to be donating towards someone, I mean, I could now tie this with these, which, you know, if I make the thing big enough. The problem is, though, is occasionally, like now, it gets tangled round itself, and that really makes it difficult to do. And I didn't do your magic knot. Oops, meant to do your magic knot, but I was too busy concentrating and holding on to the bobbin, because this one's lost its will to be attached to the top of the bobbin for some reason. Yes. That's a viable option. I'm not gonna deny that. That's definitely a thing. I mean, so many people go, "Oh, you have so much patience." No, I do not have patience. The language that you will hear on this channel represents my lack of patience, for I do not have particularly any patience. I have stubbornness, but that's not the same as patience. The stubborn, I'm going to do this if it can kills me, is not patience, for it is stubbornness. And we Kimbers are historically stubborn as arse, frankly. I mean, I swear the only reason I'm alive is I'm too stubborn not to be. It's you know, it is not a good trait in life. Patience is a virtue, and it is one I definitely do not have. And I don't know why I did that, because I don't need you yet, and I can't do anything with you. So let's put you back. 1, 2. Just got a feeling you're the leftover from the the thing before, so we're actually going to be one out. Which is alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're going to be one out. Well, that's fine, because... You know what? I'm a dumbass. Let's do this, because you can go back in the stick as a 6. 4, you can already be tied off. Could have done it earlier, but I didn't. So yes, this. Welcome to our channel, by the way. It is lace making is not a fast hobby, that's for sure. It is distinctly not a speed sport. And this is why I ended up not doing the bloody knot, is because they do that and twist and be awkward about it all. And it doesn't slide up very well when you've got bobbins on the end. Well, this is its identical twin. You pull the pins out and it does stay together. It is frankly miracle. It is these are an experimental strip, for I do not need them in any shape or form except to test the joining of the strips in the most invisible way I can muster. So I potentially need a number of them to test the options that I have come up with. But it is a so these strips are not anything in particular. They have no purpose other than I am making them to test joining of strips. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the reason I'm counting to 7 is the magic number of pairs that goes in my bobbin holder for optimal holdage and all the rest of it. For 7 sit beautifully flatly in my stick. So we'll chuck you. No, not you. You go back in there. You over there. You now over here. And we will do you. And we need 4 of you. Now, 1, 2. You're not the right 2. You're the right 2. There you go. And I pulled one of the edge pins out, I'm aware of that. That's what made me realise I need to push these pins down. But as we're sending to the bottom, I'm not going to go back and put one in, because we'll be pulling it out in a bit, so... wasted effort and all that. Let me sit back slightly. No, this does not mean I need a dog in my face. I'm sitting back to give my back a bit of a rest. Not so that you can try and climb on my head. Should have seen the glee in her bounce. Yay! Mummy's going to try and lie backwards. I must leap on her. Actually, this has gone a little bit wonky because you are now longer than everybody else and you lost your hat. Yeah. But I do need more of you so you can come out to play. I thought you need to be there. This is why they need to be a bit longer when you work on a roller pillow, because they can get a bit tangly if you don't have enough space. Come on back, you haven't got much to live. It's really not that bad. And then we get rid of them. No, Amy. Yes, and yes, it did suck. A lot. And in fact, words rhyming with suck were said quite a bit. Now, as a general rule, they don't tend to break, as I said, as a general rule, they don't tend to break while you make the lace. They break when dog knocks pillow over and it falls to the floor, and the sudden jarring of everything, weight and movement of tangle of bobbins gets together, gives it a tug. This thread is quite strong. I mean, it's not unbreakable, but it is reasonably strong. This is not a fine weight thread, but it is not, ultra skinny thread. But it if you use ultra skinny thread and you're doing buck's point, which is you have less pins holding everything still. So as a result, you can pull things really out of shape and put tensions on all the wrong bits. You see, if I pull on any of these, I mean, I could pull enough to make it break, but it would break just because I'm pulling on it. It would not break because of what it's doing back here, right? Whereas the buck's point stuff doesn't have that strength internally, which is why I'm using this particular type of lace for potential neck curtain ideas, because it has a bit more strength to it. I mean, one of the key things about buck's points is stretches, but then I realised so does this. This is actually, I mean, it's not so stretchy sideways. But if I grab it like this, it is, I can't pull any harder. It is quite strong. The only reason it stretches more when you do it this way is because there's so much more back and forth in between, right? So there is some stretch in it, which could be problematic in a way for a neck curtain. But with that in mind, it's not so bad. But breaking of threads, it's the same as running out, to be honest. It's annoying, it's shitty, but you just add a new one in and continue on as if nothing happened. It's a bit like weaving in that you either overlap them a bit and have a thick bit, or you continue on with as much of the breakage as you can. Obviously you can't always, but then there are better places to hide it and harder places. So during this mesh bit is really hard because there's nothing really strength wise holding it in, but there's also nowhere for it to hide. Whereas if you've got the cloth stitch bits, which there aren't really any of on here, hang on, let me go to a different screen, hang on. If I put this back on screen, these solid bits here where, the zigzags that form the W at the top and the M at the bottom, for example, they are cloth stitch and they are a number of threads wide. And the reason it's known as cloth stitch is because, just like any normal cloth, it's under ivory, under ivory, under ivory. That is a fantastic place to hide bobbin ends and the like. So from that point of view, there are good places and bad places, inevitably. It's like breaking down. If your car breaks down, if it breaks down on the motorway, chances are you know exactly where you are, because you can go, well, I'm between junction 12 and 13, heading north or whatever it is, and they'll go, right, yes, thank you, madam, I'll see you later. When you're on some unnamed country road that your sat-nav took you down, your sat-nav's crapped out, your car your car's committed suicide by the side of the road. Where are you? I haven't a faintest. What road are you on? No idea. Can you ask someone? No. You're out, it's like being in the middle of the desert. What do you see? Sand. What do you see? Fields. Can you see anything? Nah, just fields. It's not very helpful, right? And the mesh part, breaking a thread there is harder. But what you can do, because obviously the mesh part tends to fall apart a bit more, because there isn't really the twists and its friends to hold it in, I put a knot round a further back pin so that I've got the tension then that I can work onwards and try and pretend that it didn't happen. And then right at the very, 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 very end, you try and tie a small knot with it, or otherwise, if you can't bury it, you have to try and kind of tie a knot with the new thread. And obviously, to a large extent, if your thread broke, you might be very limited on how much thread you had. But the very, very, very first square I made, dog knocked the pillow off. I thought I got away with it scot-free, until I was doing this and realised that there was a bobbin missing, because nothing was adding up. I got here, and like here, I should have 6 bobbins there, 6 bobbins there, and however many there and however many there. But I didn't have pairs of bobbins. Everywhere I counted, there was always one odd number of bobbins, and it's like, and then it dawned on me that kind of like back here somewhere, so like an inch back, the thread had snapped when it had hit the ground, and the bobbin had come out, and I didn't notice. It had obviously rolled away. Dog kicked on it, trod on it, whatever. And I was missing one. Yeah, I was not a happy day. Not going to pretend that I was overly pleased about that one. Because that certainly was not the mood of the day. Which is part of the reason that when I put my lace to sleep now, I pile it on with a stack of cloths, so that with any luck, if the dogs do kind of manage to kick it, or even I've managed to kick it once, so let's not be entirely unfair on the dogs. But, if it gets kicked off for some reason, usually the dogs, but not me, then it's got a layer of stuff trying to keep it all together. Which can be good for it. And to be honest, we haven't broken any threads for ages now. I do know a lady who was really surprised when I did some of my Bucks Point stuff around Christmas. She said to me, "Oh, what size thread do you use?" And I told her, and she was like, "Oh, mine broke all the time." And I'm like, really? This is bobbin lace. Specifically, torchon bobbin lace. Unlike knitting and... crochet does have a little. So in crochet you have like crochet, and then you have Tunisian crochet or fillet crochet. This is Tunisian. Sorry, this is torchon. I'm dyslexic, it starts with T. This is torchon, and it's categorised by characteristics little squares. Now, that does not mean other things do not have squares in it, and it doesn't mean that other... But they're all... Lace making is a bit like Mexican food, in that it's all the same shit, just marginally different. And when I mean marginally different, I mean marginally different. The mesh that I'm going to be making here is made in torchon by default, because there are many ways to sink a ship, by going cross, twist, grabbing a pin, sticking it in the hole, cross, twist. This makes one square of my grid. In Bucks Point, you would do cross and 3 twists, put the pin in, and you're done. In Chantilly stroke branch lace, you do 3 twists and a cross, shove the pin in, sod off, and you're done. In Flanders, you hate yourself because you have, instead of 2 pairs of bobbins everywhere, you have 4. So this wouldn't be a 200 this wouldn't be a 100 bobbin pattern. This would have been a 200 bobbin pattern, and my sanity would have died. But you basically do a lot of crosses and twists and a lot of crosses and twists, and well, frankly, you could make the Eiffel Tower out of that crap. But then I guess that's kind of what it's for. It maybe was to make stand-up collars and the like, and so that's what they did with it. Um, but realistically, it's like they all went on a course and everyone went home and remembered slightly differently, knows roughly what it should look like, but kind of marginally did their own thing. Um, and you know, whatever they came up with is what they use now in that area. And it is literally like that, which is really kind of weird. Because you know, I guess it's like languages. If you consider how languages kind of dispersed, you know, we all know that an awful lot of languages dispersed due to war, and whoever won, their language got in, you know, some of the locals incorporated the language or whatever. Um, and so you do find yourself kind of with lace making is there are lots of similarities, and it frustrates me when people kind of go, oh, well, of course, this is beginner lace and this is not beginner lace. Well, actually, it's all still cross and twist. So let's not pretend that there's anything harder about it than that. And these pins are going to get on my nerves. Because, well, they're all cross and twist. Well, if they're all cross and twist, it's not really beginner and not beginner, and it's... You either do it or you don't. It's kind of like, you know, it's a bit like walking and running. In theory, running is no harder than walking. You're still 1 foot in front of the other. You know, due to speed, you may be less accurate in turning. You may need, you know, a bit more advanced notice for stopping. But running is arguably no harder than walking. And it became, you know, obviously if you've got body impairments, that can be a problem. But, you know, you're still 1 foot in front of the other. Nothing means you can't try. So, I also think that because there are quite a few variants, with many of them being frankly identical. So, for example, Minnelese, Russian, Idra are all basically identical. Um, you wouldn't say one was harder than the other then, because, well, they seem to be the same. So, um, can we stop pretending that some are harder than the others? I've just dropped me bobbin. Come back. I'm sure I screwed that knot up. Whatever. Now, normally you wouldn't do such a violent end with just leaving knots, unless perhaps you're making a bookmark you want tassels on the bottom. But personally, I hate tassels. I'm just doing this because I've got to the end and I don't need to do anything with it, particularly afterwards. It's not going to be anything. It is just an experiment. So I'm tying it so it doesn't come unravelled, and then chopping it because, well, that's all I need of it, you know. It's also quicker. I don't blame you. Don't be so silly. But you can see there how lively these threads can be. And that does make a problem because they leap and twist. Yes, indeed. We are distinctly getting close to the end. I'll let the end go there. That's not going to work too well. That's actually a really bad plan. There we go. Hang on. Well, this is not a square. This is a strip, but this strip took me. Hang on. Content. Shitty phones. Why is it whenever you don't want it to, phone apps are crap, and then other times they're the better answer? Hang on, let me pull up my thing and I can add them up. Content. Hang on, when did we start? When did we start? It's around here somewhere. Okay, so we started then. So, 2.5, 4.5, 7, 12, 15.5. So 15.5 plus nearly 4. So nearly 20 hours. She says feeling depressed that's 20 hours. But yeah, 20 hours. Yeah. Sometimes you'd be surprised how quickly it can disappear. Sometimes it goes really fast, sometimes it doesn't. You know, it just seems to be weird that way. It's like time. When you're waiting for it, it's slow. When you don't want it to go slowly, it's really fast. When you're dreading something, it rushes upon you, you know. Time is a fairly flexible friend in these things. It's like whenever you're driving, you only ever get stuck behind the monumental moron who clearly got their driving license, you know, drunk one weekend when without, and the examiner was unconscious, because there's no way that driving should ever have passed. They clearly never had a lesson in their life, right? When you're late, you know, there they are in a 50 zone driving at 20 mile an hour, and you can't overtake them because there's too many people coming the other way. And you're like, I'm gonna, you know, this person needs, you know, their existence needs, you know, alteration from humanity. They need to be on the pending deletion list, you know. And it is. But whenever you've got all the time in the world, everyone drives great, or there's nobody there, it's a nice sunny day. But the moment you're late, all the traffic lights are against you, all the idiots have come out to play, and it just seems every traffic light is red. You just can't get a break, right? And it's just the way it goes. Hang on, I need to turn this off. There we go. Right. That was going to get confusing. Take care, and hopefully tomorrow we will be doing something else, like joining them together, which will be interesting. See, that didn't work at all. That was a bad plan. It doesn't want to come undone now. Right. Try this again. It's U2 versus U2. Stick with the traditional knot, as you seem to be being awkward, and that's not the whole knot. Okay. There we go. See. Some of you away. Hang on. 1, 2. put you in a stick. Now, there's some more underneath here. There we go. That'll be enough for another actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I need one more. Actually, we'll put you in a stick for now, because at least you're flat. Right. Did I not tie you? I didn't tie you. I could have sworn I tied you. Oh. Apparently not. Now we have. There you go. I got carried away by checking the bobbins out. That's what it is. You in the stick like that. That's you sorted. Right, 2 more knots and we're done. Oh, apparently it's going to be warm and sunny tomorrow. That's no bloody good. It's tomorrow when I'm at work. I needed it to be warm and sunny all week, last week. Where was that 22 when I wanted it? This time last week it was like 12 degrees. plastic to keep you all safe. Tie the last knot. Right. Now we will trim, because we're not a fan of fringe. And we'll take you out of there, and we will grab the pot pins and pull out some pins. Stop throwing the pins around, stupid woman. Right. Unplug you. And lift. Due to the round nature of a roller cushion, the lifting of the pattern works so much better, because inevitably you put the pins in at an angle, so when you go to pull them out like this, they just lift out, and then you can push it down slightly and then just collect them all. So it's a lot easier to do this on a roller pillow than it is on the flat one. I'm not sure it's any good for it, but it's one of those. It's a bit like hauling the handbrake up without pressing the button and listening to it grind up the ratchets. It's not good for it, I'm sure, but at the same time it's a real pleasurable part of doing it, and you find yourself kind of doing it far more often than you probably should. You see, but there's something about giving it the click, isn't there? Yes, indeed, Sucker Bear. We are done. We now have 2 almost identical strips. For they are not the same because they all have different screw-ups. But also, I did the spiders in the middle a bit different on this one. And although they are simpler to a large extent, I kind of like them. These 4 ones haven't worked out as well as I'd like. I can tell you that now. But I do indeed have 2 strips to be joining together. Now if I lie them down carefully, like this, they kind of go together. Not that you can see too well because it's a bit further down, but there you go. Now obviously lining them up is harder because, you know, but there you go. So, for example, I did each of the 3 spiders slightly differently on this side. This side I did the top and the bottom ones the same, and the middle one a hair different, although it doesn't show. On this one you can see that the bottom ones come out much more like a straight crossover, and part of me kind of likes that. Let me zoom in a bit because it's in the furthest. As you can see here, it's not quite lining up dead straight, but that's because it can wiggle. She says making it worse, not better, for fuck's sake. Like that. So it is fairly, I kind of like how that goes. I like how that turned out. That kind of, I quite like that. That's a bit more spidery, Liz acceptable spider. Yeah, that first one looks a bit knackered. That's a bit more like it should be. It's my simplified one, but I kind of like that. These not so much. I like the top 3, but the bottom one, because there's nothing pulling that bottom leg down, the 3 bars don't stick together for the bottom. I'd need to put the pin in and then do the work, I think is the short answer. Yes, it would be. But that's not what was intended, but it is a basket weave, yes. To an extent, although I twisted the pairs so it's not quite the same. But, hey, if you don't mess with your spiders, you know, you never know. But we now have the option to try and put them together. Now, the question still arises, the best way to do that. Because, in theory, she says trying to line them up dead right, which is harder than it sounds. Each of the bumps on this side should line up with the bumps on that side, and the resulting hole should be a little square, just like all of these to a large extent, although I fucked up here somewhere. That's a bit of a fuck up, that doesn't help. Didn't do enough twists on its counterpart either, so that's a bit of a shame. But in theory it should be bind the bumps together, but it might look better a smidge off so that the threads kind of overlap. She says trying to overlap enough of them, but just the edges, so bear with me while I try and poke a few more into existence, which is easier said than done. But they overlap. So if you look, of course you can't see that bit. Now, it looks worse to you than it does to me because of the angle of the camera, to be honest. I wonder if I can juggle that to make it look... You see, I don't. I want it to be invisible. I want it so it looks like it was made in one piece. And in my mind, the overlap will always be thicker and will always show. But that is a method called lassen. And you just literally kind of all the way up, call it quits and have done with it. Which is nice and simple. We like nice and simple. Whereas my way, you would line the bumps up. And you'd stand up with... Because, of course, to join it, there's going to be an extra thread on top of that. So it's not just the 2 threads from each side on top of each other. There'd be at least a 5th thread on top. This way, joining the bumps together, you would almost oversew the bump. Well, there's 2 ways of doing it. Again, this is why there might be a need for a lot of strips, right? You can either go down each side, kind of zigzag, or go... oversew, and zigzag in a much more, kind of sparse way. That way there would be 3 threads at any one point, and you'd like to think it would show less. But this is why we need the experiment, right? Is we need to try and work out which one we are most content with. Because in a way, you either join it in a way that it is screamingly obvious, the join, and that you've made a thing out of it, so you put like buttons up it or something, going slightly overboard, but you know what I mean. I don't understand the question. The problem is, okay, these strips took a week. Now, if you consider that this strip, these 2 strips, if I go over to my tin of joy over here, let me zoom out on that because you can't see shit. 2 strips equals a square. So how come it only took 2 weeks to make 2 strips and not a month? Because if strips are that much quicker, and obviously because you'd make strips and whichever joining method we go with no doubt will be the most slow, convoluted, half bullshit way that we can find. But whatever we do, we only have to do, say, I don't know, 5 or 6 joins. Well, then it's going to be quicker, isn't it? Because if I'd kept going and made these twice as long, well, that would have taken, say, a month versus the 2 months to make 2 squares. Well, I'd be looking at nearly finishing by now. I mean, obviously you've got the join to go, and it depends how hard and long the join takes. Let's be reasonably, true here. But, another option would have been, if I didn't mind the join line, if I end up going, I can't do a join that I like, the obvious answer is to make a hard join, but make it more obvious like this. So, much like these have got, the snakes down the side, make it so that, because obviously you can't do the snakes as the join, because, well, you just can't. But that you could almost do and make a join, right? But then you'd need more material. But you know what I mean, is that you could do something where you make a join on the edge that is going to be a join, So you deliberately embellish it to be the join. So instead of keeping the mesh all the way up to the edge, you put some shaping in. You know, you add cloth stitch to it. You put bloody beads and sequins and shit in it. You know? Or you do it the opposite way, which is instead of having these as a straight line, you make a slightly angled line and you only join every X, and at the joins, again, you put a sequin or something, right? And then you can have straight edges where you put a sequin on the edge. And then it will look like, a bit like these have got holes in kind of thing. Well, then you've got like holes in it that, you know, pretties, you know, it's... But this is the problem in my head. How am I ever supposed to make a decision? Because I want to make all the things to see how it turns out. Well, I'll be 96 by the time I've done all of that. But I do think strips have a significant win on the speed category. But there's no logical reason why they win on the speed category. Before you ask, because this looks denser than that, that's because this is slightly thicker thread than that. I did deliberately use thinner thread to see, well, why not? After all, net curtains are supposed to be dainty. I mean, not that these aren't pretty dainty, but these have a bit more weight to them. These is, I mean, I haven't got a set of scales that would do it, but the weight of this is definitely more than the weight of these, even though they cover the same space. And in fact use the same number of bobbins. So, how does that work? But you see, in some ways, I kind of like these for net curtains more than these. I like the pattern, otherwise I wouldn't have freaking made it. I like this pattern, I love rose ground, I really do. But the subtler pattern of this, the fact that there's no hard lines on it, for some reason today is really appealing. Whereas you may recall, the first thing I did about these squares was take the damn spiders out. But that's because these are my spiders, not the design spiders. But I do like my snakes. I really like the snakes. To be honest, I almost would be happy to do an entire curtain where the snakes run the full length of it to give you that kind of length of window look. I mean, you can have vertical snakes, by the way. Doesn't have to be horizontal snakes. Sorry, these are vertical. You could have horizontal snakes. That's not a problem. But I almost would reduce the number of decorations on it to a lot less, because otherwise it would be so busy. So that you'd almost have like one at the top and one about here, so that they are much more spaced out down the strip. And potentially smaller. So, but I don't know, because I like this, but I don't think I'd want it in a net curtain. I think it looks a bit vague. If I'm looking at my little tiny camera, and that kind of disappears and looks more like a mistake. This one, which I remember how I did this one, don't worry. This one is slightly better, but I do like these square, so maybe something a bit more like the middle one there is in order. Sticking to these were better. As I say, the top three work really well, but the bottom one, I need to put the pin in before I do it to push those threads down, because otherwise they don't. She says, where's a pin? I encourage them a bit more to be together. Like their counterparts like that. See that? But that's not what they want to naturally do. So by the time you've washed it, it would probably come undone. You could starch it. Bullshit. I'm never going to starch them. Also, with these squares, a downside is the join line. The join line, to me, inevitably shows quite a bit. And if I can make a much more invisible join on these, then, well, I kind of answered my own question, haven't I? So the short answer is I will have to make 2 more squares, at least, to make a half curtain. Because, well, what the fuck do you do with 7 of these? But I do fancy really getting in to some of this. I really feel a calling to these strips. Now, admittedly, I haven't made one of them without fucking it up at the edges, because I fucked up that edge there, and funnily enough, it's almost identically placed, that fuck up there. And I can't unfuck that one up. It's hard to explain, but the strips just go quicker. And yet, why? It's the same number of stitches. It's... because it is the same number of stitches. The spiders make it go faster, so big spiders go quite quickly, as we saw from making this one at the end. I mean, you know, a couple of extra twists here or there. Making the spiders does make it move a bit faster. And in fact, there is a video on YouTube where they make a scarf entirely of spiders. Absolutely the same amount of bobbins. Weird, isn't it? I think it's just because I've got a wider platform, and the bobbins goes to this when you don't need them, you just can push them to the side. Whereas with the square, you've got them at all funny angles because they're pivoting round the middle, and so you spend far more time faffing with bobbins. But that took 2 weeks. That takes 4. At least 3, usually 4. No. Weird, isn't it? Anyway, ads are about to start. I shall see you all tomorrow. Naughty Kelp. Do you want to know something worrying? That's cream. That's white. that is not the same colour as that. Yes. See, all of these are off-white. You can't really see it on camera, but in person it is really, really obvious. Actually, it's even more obvious. If you look here, let me get you something as a background. Hang on. Get you something, try not to confuse the colours on the camera. Right, use your dark cloth cover. Watch this. If I put this down, it looks a bit like one of my tea towels. Let me zoom in. And if you look really carefully, I don't know if it will show very well on camera. But if I put white next to both, where's something white? Where's something I know that's white? Error! Error! Yeah, we've all fallen in that hole. This is not a good plan. That is not the thing to be picking up. That's not got a lid on it. Okay. Here is a tube of white, right? If I put this to here, these are oh, you can't fucking see that far down. Where are you? This to this is a fairly similar colour. Now if I put it here, I mean, if I turn the light off, hang on, might show a bit better. I mean, it doesn't show for me at all, but it might show for you better. That this to this is a fairly similar colour. This to this side looks like it got dunked in my cup of tea. Now I know that never happened, but that's more what it looks like. It's really noticeable the more I look at it that this here is brown, or has browned, plural, and it's kind of brown all the way through. So if I do this is white, this is not. It's not that it's a different colour, it is simply that this one, which was the first one, it's more obvious when I put something underneath it and it becomes thicker. That to me is really brown, but by here it's not. Sweet. I do think that probably what the truth of the matter was that the first cotton reel I used, because I started a new cotton reel here, the outside threads had discoloured and I didn't notice, because obviously you wouldn't. But it's weird because that looks the same colour as that, but it doesn't look quite as much the same colour as the white, but I'm pretty sure it is. No, you see, that looks whiter than that. So it's really weird that this has like brown to white on it, but everyone else, maybe I just had really skanky hands when I set it up. Because, you know, that could be a thing. But I know I washed them. Because, well, that's what you do. But it looks more like I kind of, you know, wiped my face with it. I've never noticed that before. But as you say, washing in the right shit should fix some of that. But now we have two of these wafty, lighty things. Yes, it would. But I also think that some of that might be hand oils, shall we call them? Which is why, obviously, historians handle everything in white gloves, in humid things, and for even a little bit of hand oils. Oh, look, there's a big fuck up there. You know me. The more I look at my work, the more fuck ups I see. So there's one there, one there. There's the one up there. One over here. But you see, this is the problem. I only ever notice once I've taken the damn pins out and it's far too friggin' late. But we have two strips to join together. I mean, if I overlap them... Hang on. If I overlap them... You see, if I overlap them, not that it's perfectly aligned, you understand, but if I overlap them... See, I just think that would show too much in general if you have overlaps. So, I don't really want overlaps. I think some form of thread running up, hooking between them, not necessarily overhand, but, you know, hooking between them, back and forth, whatever it turns out to be. Now, it might be a thread starts at the top in a loop and you go down each side and you kind of join in the middle. I don't know, but so that you'd have it loop at the top and it would take the first bite out of there, the second one out of there, you know, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, and this one would do the first, the second, the third, the fourth. So they almost never meet, but they cross over where the points are, so that it gives it that kind of strength together. That's probably the nearest to what I'm thinking of to join it, because I want it to show as little as possible. I think that would be the most practical answer. Oh look, there's another fuck up there. I just wish I got more of it right, considering how not hard it technically is. I don't know, I seem to fucking up a lot. And I think in a way it is slightly disappointing when you go there and you think, well, I fixed a few things and so this should be a good one. And you look at it and you're going, well, I'm in double digits now. It's kind of like, how did I mess up that bad? Mind you, that's the first one. This is this. Let's have a good heartily look. So there's one there, two there. Let's move you out of the way so I can see 3. Loop there, 4. Forgot to twist it, 5. You know what? I think that could be it. I mean, it's not a thing of beauty, but it is. That's 5 compared to need twice as many on the other side. So, I do like that spider, but not for a net curtain. Bit of a shame, but that one's quite good. Quite like how that turned out. That's a piece of thread underneath. I was going to say, oh, how on earth did I manage that? There we go. There are worse things in life. What might be better is, instead of these spiders here, would be to do 4-row rose ground and get the little kind of squovels. Get a selection of squovels in it. Because one of the other options I'd thought of in strip format would be having GIMP threads. Now, as we all know, GIMP threads are the big fat ones that go around the edges to highlight areas. And if you think about it rightly, if you used a GIMP thread, so a fat thread, to make, say, almost like these snakes, to make a kind of a all the way down, It would strongly join the two together, but maybe not look like a join. Maybe. Maybe. You know? Maybe. Or hide it with the gimp thread in the similar fashion. Put some beads and shit on it, you know. Dang, you know, almost like make a chain of them. You know, kind of overlap the holes. Do a chain stitch with a gimp thread putting beads on. So you've got, you know, as I say, make a thing of it. That could be a really good thing. See, this is my problem. I can think of a billion different ways of joining them. And I'm not in the mood to make that many strips, you know. But you see, if I made strips, instead of 3 squares wide, it would be 6 strips wide, which means only 5 joins, but long ones. And like everything, sometimes if you get in the flow, you might be able to join them fairly quickly. Now, one of the ways I thought of doing it is if I could lay these really carefully, I could almost machine sew them together using a zigzag stitch. Now, that would go pretty quick. So yeah, I need to contemplate that one. Anyway, that's a tomorrow Liz problem. I don't know whether I'll do the join on camera because I naturally sew like 1 inch from my nose, and that is not a view you need in your life. Yeah. Tomorrow's another day. We might do more. I don't know whether we'll do more strip. We might do a strip variant with other things on it. I quite like the snakes though. Or maybe we will do square, because I've got to make at least 2 more squares. And yeah, it'll take me at least that long to make a decision. So yeah, bye bye everybody. Have a good evening, and I shall see you tomorrow.